Boo. I don't know. Oxygen not included. With the sole goal of starting our space exploration. So let's get into it. Our current missions for today will be to build a steam rocket, which unfortunately will entail steel, a resource we have yet to make large amounts of. I don't get how I can be so bad at it, but you know. Yellow alert. Why? Oh yeah, because it was important to get the shine bugs. Because we were also working on the shine bug reactor. But you know what, they'll get to it in due time. I trust these guys. Let's just check that, okay, they're starving due to the temperature, which seems to originate from, you know, several different places. And, okay, the main reason why the Weesword isn't properly combating it is because it isn't exactly covered in temp shift plates. We'll have to get to that. And down here we have overheat damage for the gas pump. Turbine too hot. Yeah, that was what I was working on down here. I needed you know, things that are just a right pain in the ass, aren't they? There's so many areas I need to cool down because in general this asteroid isn't cool, it's hot. Well, luckily we have one quartz seed we could sacrifice and move down there. Temperature wise, oh yeah. Temperature wise I should have placed the Weesword up here anyways. So we're going to have to look for more. People are idle due to a low step of there's nothing to do, which is mainly due to the fact that I blocked off certain people from entering this hellhole, which I'd say is quite wise to do. No. We also have stuff here building a transit tube, although I'm not certain whether I'm going to allow them to use it. And also it's not finished in either end. Okay, exploration. There's still some parts of the asteroid we haven't explored. It's freeze, but it's not frozen, so we have to sweep it. Food is decaying, yeah, just meal ice, doesn't really matter. The natural gas generator. Oh yeah. One thing that needs to be added down here is a thingamajig? What is it called again? It's the deodorizer. That's of course necessary. And oh. Yeah. I know this needs to be repaired. Quite important. Otherwise the deodorizer won't work. Okay, let's see. I think heat is starting to travel down and possibly also upwards, but with some work we might be able to circumvent that unwanted effect. Still, we're getting somewhere, even though we've lost a bit too many duplicants. Rest in peace May, Amari and Nails. Unfortunately, I only gave a proper... I only started working on the graveyard when May died, so... Oh yeah, also, who was it? I blamed someone for Amari's death. Probably Pei, unless one of the others died recently. Is this set to accept? No, one of these is set to accept it. Still, Pei. Oh yeah, that's because the generator is idle. Should I? And that's even set to 100, so that's just because there's not being used any energy. Yeah. Like, okay, it'll take some time, but my hope is to, like, cool this area to a crisp 10 or 20 degrees. Even though that's quite some wishful thinking. Probably don't need 2 V-Swords in there, but creating a... Oh yeah, that could be a... No, I need to stand here. Okay, let's try to remove this one. These two should be able to do the work. If I can grab this V-Sword, I can also place it down in the cooling tank. And then we'd be able to get some nice cooling. Though heat production is currently higher than 2 would be able to deal with. So I should, at some point I should just make a lid so that the least amount of heat escapes. Oh yeah, that's because it is inaccessible. Though an easy fix. And it's necessary to open a path for the oxygen to flow. Because that's one thing I can see, or an issue that is arising with the water locks. Or, yeah, water locks, they are essentially water locks. Right, and I'll just break it and keep continuing upwards. We'll deal with the consequences later. As a way to, you know, fix it. 3, 4. Let's excavate a airing path. 7 priority, so not the highest, but still, let's make it higher than the further excavation. Also these. And of course Liam is not allowed to do anything due to the constraints I have put on the duplicates, as they suck. Now we just need to copy the settings here and see if we can reach the seed. Seemingly we can't. Although that's not really an issue. Let's install a... Let's just use granite since that's more readily available. Remove the abyssite tile. Replace it with an insulated tile and then we can deal with it. Also, this could possibly cause a hydrogen pocket, keeping the polluted dirt or the further produced sleet wheat grains sterile. Oh, no, actually it can't produce in... Doesn't matter. It's not important. Wait, is it 4 or is it 5? I can't remember now. Each layer is 4. Okay, good. Now it's just to deliver. But it's... yeah, nothing is hooked up to the steam turbine, so we're not trying to do this efficiently exactly. Right, Joy seeds, because I'm not getting another duplicate. I don't want more deaths on my hand. But also we should be starting to get some steel. Soon we'll actually be able to afford the steam engine. Although, yeah. I'm also going to have to work on the system I use for space travel. Which isn't exactly cheap. It requires quite a bit of extra steel. Let's see, the wire broke again. Although this one's charged up, so at least the deodorizer can still run. Although running the gas pump would immediately tank it. Yeah. Large portion of this is natural gas, so maybe it can sustain itself. For the most part it seems to be able to. At least with these levels of natural gas. Let's mop it up. Keep it a little clean down here. Temperatures here. By jolly. By golly. Right, we have carbon dioxide starting to leak through. Can expand the aeration shaft a little. Okay, I heard the strange sound. It seems to just be a car alarm going off. Oh, so hopefully it will cease soon. And oh, brilliant. Wow. Let's see if there's any sleek lettuce where you can grab around. Diluted oxygen. Hang on, why? Okay. Pei and Liam, you are allowed to... I don't know, storing? You're allowed, but you're not supposed to. If anything else is possible, do that instead. Ah, jeez, cars. Still no research focus, huh? That's strange. Well, not really. Let's give that area some time, start okay, hang on. What's this system? Okay, it's... No, it's currently not hooked up to the spawn. I don't dare try to run the whole base of the spawn, so it's just being run by duplicate power. And of course only this little thing, only this little cave is set to fill up constantly. The rest should do something else if they're able. Cavesadel TomTom, sure, you can also store, I guess. Although that would, maybe that's the reason nobody's storing anything, because no one's been allowed to do anything. Oh, so let's also dig up this coal and use it for temp ship plates. Oh, there we go. Not cramped yet, and we've started to see... Oh, we've already got a sun infeg. Not entirely certain, but I believe that may be the best breed to use. Oh, and this is all because of temperature, of course. They were never supposed to be able to live there anyways. Here we have the planned pool. Okay, the only thing is... I kinda don't want them to just eat all the slime. Kinda want it for myself, you know? Although it does have to be stored here exclusively. So, first of these, and then the rest later. 2 should be enough to store this slime we have here. Right. No more steel has been produced. But okay, I'm gonna need at least, what is it? I'd want to use 5 research modules, so that's 1,000, 1,200, 3,200, and that's just for the rocket. So double the amount of steel I have, just for the rocket. And then comes construction of the rest of the equipment afterwards. Jeez. Oh. What else could I do? I could just drop it down further, but I can't drop it too far either. At this speed it was what, 1 per cycle? Or in 1 cycle it should be done. Good. That's enough. These are set to 9. Yet no one can find the time to actually fill them. Okay. 9 priority, and just all of them. But only allow them to hold slime. Any other place that is set to hold slime? We'll lose that right. Let's see. Any germs? I mean, plenty on the stuff. Oh. Guy just ate the slime. Okay. This guy's chugging along so slowly. Alright, we can destroy the canister empty because that's not necessary either way. No one's getting to this because no one's got rights. Which I do not regret. They should not be down there. Once this bad boy's hatched, I'm gonna turn it into only accepting sun nymph eggs. Try to force it to mostly use those. Yep, the body temperature is broke. I need to start removing heat in this area. But at least the salinators can run continuously. Please. Nope. Nothing good. And the people are just leaving food to spoil. How wonderful. Okay, I'm going to set Painly to also allow supplying. Because I think like just storing isn't really allowing them to interact enough with the storage bins. That's at least my current theory. And up here... Okay, nothing has been done with steel for the last couple of cycles. Do they have everything they need? Yes, they are just not prioritized enough. Probably my fault. Let's see what Pay does now. Okay, now, actually let's make an experiment with Pay. Follow can, but Pay is no longer allowed to supply. Let's see what Pay does once she's done running the treadmill. Although that could take some time looking at the battery. Oh yeah, here. Store polluted dirt. No. It seems that it's... they're completely able to store things with just the storing, so I'm removing your supplying rights. Yep. Picking up coal. Oh yeah, I probably started something over here that required coal. Oh no. Okay, I'm going to have to call that one off. I currently need the coal for other things. Timeship plates, you know. The only proper thing I can use coal for right now. Yeah, we have plenty. Wait. Try to align it so that I do not destroy any ground I might want to use as natural tiles later on. Okay, everything ran out of electricity here. Probably because so I forgot to cut the loop. Sheesh. And overheated. Nothing I care about. That's being destroyed. Let's see. I'm still creating lice loaves for backup. As there is possible risk that I will reach that point. I don't think the meat is currently carrying me. No barbecue extra, so no. There's a distinct lack of meat. Which is not good. These guys feel overcrowded, you know. That's not good. Hang on. There are 4 critters. Counting critters, there are no eggs. Ah, yeah, that. Down here again. But out of all places they shouldn't be, it's down there. But anyways, yeah, this was set to the wrong setting. Well, what can I do? I don't know. Thin the herd a little, I guess. Sorry, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. Okay, who's in combat? Someone who had to run very far. Good. Now get to breathing. Takes a little over cycle. No slime's been delivered yet, but are these guys eating slime? Okay, no, they aren't eating slime, so I don't really need to stress too much. It's more the algae. Let's have these 2 store algae. Right. But the heat here, it's not really cooling down. Probably mainly due to the steam turbine. I need at least 4 waste warts in order to properly cool down that area. But also I wouldn't have the room for that. I'd need to expand it ever so slightly. Actually. No, that's a problem. If I set one of them down it would work, or alternatively... Alternatively I could just dig a hole in the roof. Brilliant. Now I just need the seeds. Which I can find someplace. How many seeds do how many V-swords do I realistically need in each cold pocket? There's 1. There's 2. There's only just 2. If I could just get that without drowning the rest of the chamber, that would be epic, but that's not really feasible. Nope. Potentially, but I'd rather not. No, so this just does not work properly. In order to grab more from the chambers, I'd have to permanently put one on ice. Or I mean sacrifice all production. So let's see the amounts of plants. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one isn't. That won't work, so let's just set it to using these. Six. Not the prettiest, but hey. Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is also 6. Oops. Did not work when you put it over a plant. 6. Too wide. 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Over here we had. I mean, let's see. 1, but also not really any resource to grab. Oh, Pacus. I always like some extra meat, I guess. Here we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Counting again. Actually, I can just check. Yeah, this is 7. That's 6. No, wait. That's 7. No, 6. I'm blind. Or can't count. Huh, either or. Here it's 5. Who is going down into the scolding area? Haven't they learned? Meanwhile, here there are 2, 4, 6. Carbon dioxide, carbon dioxide, carbon dioxide. 6 functional plants. And over here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, it seems. I know it this way, isn't it? 5 plants, unless there is hidden one up here. But if we're channeling the ratio, then it's 5 to 1. Here it's 6 to 1. Let's see. 6 to 2. 6 to 2 down here as well. There it's 7 to 2. There it's 1 to 0. Actually 2 to 0. 1 to 0. Never mind. Anyways, I mean, out of all of these, this is the one over here is the one that hurt the least if I went in and destroyed it. But also I do want as many sleep with plants as possible. So maybe I should just allow it and take no one. I mean, alternatively I could just... There are still 2 areas I haven't explored down here, so... You know... I don't care for care to protect this room. Let's just wreck it. And then we also have to excavate the way over here. If we find the wheel sword, we're lucky. If not, shuck. Whatever. Also, once we are here, please take this. I could also just, you know, leave this as a nice dump. I don't really bother to fix it and just... Oh, wait. Oh yeah, no one has access due to the stupid door system I enforced. Oh. I think at least. Yeah, no one has access. What? Okay, how can I circumvent this? Okay, you know what? I can walk through this, so what's a little leakage into this area? It doesn't really matter. They're suffering anyway. Ah, shit. I destroyed something, didn't I? Hang on. I destroyed liquid pipes. Quickly fix those. That was certainly not in what I wanted to do. Grab every single piece of Sleetwit grain. Sleetwit. Scheiße. And another, you know, airlock just for safety's sake. Oop. Did not break into this chamber. Good. Sleep with. I just want an extra Wheatsword seed. Oh, wait, I can see ever so slightly more over here now. Yeah, I can, you know, excavate my way to the other side of the wall and then just see more of this map. And also, a problem with natural gas geysers is that natural gas is essentially only used for two things. Actually, yeah, it's only used by two things according to the database. Gas range and power. And although it is semi-nice for power, if I have some place to dump the carbon dioxide, which I technically do, it's still not really enough. It also creates too much heat, which I don't have a proper system of combating yet. Oh yeah, now the steam temperature is too low because these guys are actually doing their job. Or at least I'd like to believe that's the reason. It seems to be because I overheated. I wonder how long that's been the problem. I guess making it out of lead wasn't the smartest choice. Oh, get more Sleetwit. Another one. It's a volcano. Well, don't need to get further. Now I just need them to go in and out and grab the remaining sleet wheat. Well, now the question is, okay, I know I probably should close it up because there's still one down here I'd like to keep growing. But beyond that one, there isn't really much left here for me. And this would be a nice, you know, place to dump the excess heat. Well, probably have to find another way. Why is it overcrowded again? Okay, above 2. Let's see. I want the sun nymph. This is the oldest shine bug. You know what? Murder this guy now. And do it quickly. Just don't want him around anymore. Now they'll soon be back to hopefully dropping off their eggs. Also, stop. No more shine bug. Only sun nymph. Once I've completely, or more or less, removed the chance of getting the other things. Also, I should expand this just in case. But oh yeah, that was the reason why I didn't really want to expand it too much. Can't let it fall onto anything, and I don't want them to hide somewhere. It's not easy. Well, Sakura is getting injured, and I probably should pay attention to what she's doing. Because I feel like it's a high likelihood that she goes down here looking for something. Though I'm not entirely certain what. Large power transformer made of iron. Good. And now we seem to have a little more gold, make another metal block. Probably make some more steel now. Playing. The sun shells shouldn't be able to reach them. I guess that's just my opinion. Tom is running around. No, making a system where they automatically collect the letters is now impossible. That was what I managed to, or what I concluded on before. Unfortunately. No. Grab that all, just seal it back up, I suppose. Oh yeah, now they are actually doing stuff down here. Clearing up everything. Nice of them. Although they are getting covered in piss water. And they are... oh. Well, they're spreading slime line. But you know, until one of my duplicates get infected, I'm not gonna take it seriously. Praying that it will never happen. Now polluted oxygen is being created. Great. Exactly what I didn't want to happen. Oh, we also have brine pools because this isn't salt water, it's brine. Oh. Yes, so we're starting to get shine eggs. That means we're starting to get the the main parts of the reactor. Oh, steel, finally. Steel and gold. Okay, let's not have this be only metal blocks. Those can stand in the middle where May sleeps, or rests maybe is the better term. But for the other part we'll just be using these decor pots and plants. We'll save the remaining gold for metal blocks other places around the colony. Now, the Murph leaf will survive and thrive better. So let's plant Murph seeds here. Excellent. Now we have a quite nice decor here. Only the memorials have negative value. Kinda forgot about that part. Maybe I should have had more gold blocks. Guess I could always fix it in post. Right. And steel-wise, still not enough. But ever so slowly we'll get enough. And coal, yeah. I was going to finish up these. Oh. No granite. Only coal. Finish off these two to hopefully boost the temperature dispersal ever so slightly. Shine. Once we've gotten these two reactors up and running, we should hopefully be more or less self-sufficient on the power. Okay, so let's to... I have kind of forgotten just how long a day is. But the power usage at this previous cycle was about, let's... Oh yeah, this is created... What's about let's say 700 kilojoules. Each of these can create a maximum of 380. So this entire array at maximum is about 1400. Actually, one problem with this kind of calculations is that it also includes a part of the system that never reaches the main base. Like, even though I could, like, don't need to count the desalinators, the electrolyzers and all that. Still. Okay, so the main things are the gas pumps and incubators. The only active gas pumps are in the spawn. The incubators, yeah, they know the sins they are guilty of. What? Check the temperature here. Quite cool. Hopefully not in the risky temperatures anymore. But now I know for next time that if I have access to wood, I should make ethanol as quickly as possible. It's just the safest to avoid freezing. And then here I don't like the amount of oxygen and such. There's a bit too much gas. This guy has laid an egg, probably that one. At least we're hopefully going to stick with more molten larvas. It would be the best if we manage to get... Oh, hang on. If we manage to make all of these molten slicksters just for the maximum petroleum payout, but wouldn't bet on it. What's going on here? Oh yeah, that's because it's plugged up to the general network. And oh yeah, there is natural gas, it's just not in that end. And here... Yeah, I wish the carbon dioxide was... I'd probably need to put up another pump over here, which I'm not going to do. This will get what it gets. If any carbon dioxide spills over during this process, sure, I suck it up, but otherwise I'm not going to bother. And here we have the polluted water, kind of just sitting there, but I don't really have anywhere else to put it. How much? It's not too much petroleum. Small amounts, but not much. Circuit overloaded. Great. Oh, a shining egg outside the radius. One of my main concerns with this. Well, now it just needs to be hooked up to the automation and the power. Because these guys aren't going to do anymore. Where were you? Getting scolded like that? probably went into the Forbidden Zone. Now, that guy went... Oh yeah, they want the lead. Which is... that's my fault, but you know. Oh. Let's see what's our new blueprint. Oh no, he's love getting these. Basic yellow shoes. Not all too interesting. Well, allow manual use? Yeah, actually. Oh yeah, let's sweep. If I sweep this one, that'll place it into it. Now these guys can get back to making more eggs. These boys down here can hatch. I need them to. Yeah, okay, I was supposed to break the spore kit at some point, but I've kind of forgotten. Tropical fry. You know. And it's kind of a shame that the tropical fry or the tropical Pacu doesn't really have anything special about it except for its extended temperatures. Because it's kind of cool that the... what is it? Frigid? The gulpfish. It can clean wastewater. So if I got one of those in here, we'd get free water. But it's such a low probability. And even when born, it's probably not going to lay another one of itself. Although, you know, I maybe should just set up a feeding station, like completely rid the room of anything they'd want to eat. Like this last one here. I don't know, just make it Pimblereed and fungal spores. And then they'd have nothing to eat. And they'd be forced to eat whatever I feed them, and that way I could tame them, which wouldn't really do much. Actually, it wouldn't really do much. What would be the upside of taming them? Actually, can't think of the upside of taming them. Well, guess there's not really a point in taming them. No. There is no point. Wouldn't affect their breeding in any way, so why bother? Two eggs here will be hatching within the next 2 cycles. Good. These guys are going, and now still no steel. Right, got to be a lack of a resource now, isn't that? No, just work. No one can find the time to do anything. Shame, really. I'll just sweep this crude oil, no point in there being some there. I have these beautiful, ridiculously held pockets. Let's see. Disappeared. but for a moment I saw it spike to, what was it, 9,000 kilograms? 10,000 kilograms. That's stupid. Doesn't need that much, but there it is. And because of the thick walls, it isn't breaking out. Beautiful. Hey! Hang on. Actually, I don't know if this is good or bad. That we're bottling up salt water, which I don't want to spill in here, come to think of it. The last thing I'd want is to transfer the heat upstairs. The only possible, or the only positive thing I can think of with doing this is that we reduce the amount of liquid present. Oh, more gold. I guess we're getting a nice graveyard, but... Right, just move the gas vent and... Hang on. No, if we're going to have a door, we need to have it there. So that's the problem here. Though also, if the aim is to increase the amount of decor, I could just place down a couple of aero pots. One above each grave, and let's say we only fill them once a grave has been filled. And then we can fill it with a flower that represents them. That wouldn't be good, but... You. No. No. No oil. They are not allowed to spread their filthy oil. Where is it? Why am I bottling I bottle natural gas to move it down here. But that's hardly something they're doing automatically now. Oh well. I'd place a buddy bud if I had one. Give me a... Nope, no beeswort. And also, TomTom, you don't have to sleep in that bed. Well. Also, for this shower region, we could just expand it along here. Could potentially have... Like, if I wanted to clean up the whole bathroom area, this is 12, so that's, or no, in total that's 14, so it's 7. Could just move it over and wall off one end to have a slightly nicer or slightly closer toilet. Have everything in this section be more or less industry. Make some steel. Let's see. Yeah, no. I wish I could prioritize which one I was supposed to make. This is not too much more iron they're supposed to cook. Oh. The boys have entered the reactor. Soon we will have a nice, stable, though small, supply of power. We can already see how the power wasted is mainly due to charge loss, but look, so solar panels are doing some, I guess. Well, people have skilled up. I don't think I'm going to... Right. Can't do art. Do they have anyone with, like, proper spare skill points to get art? Possibly Liam? You're not Liam. You'll become a resident artist. Pay you can... I don't know. More cooks. Same for TomTom. Delivering algae. Where are you even excavating the algae from? Or is it just slowly cleaning up the rest of the base? I guess that's a possibility. Okay. Power production by the steam turbine is some. Not exactly much. Why are there so many slicksters down here? They don't belong. But with the liquid reservoirs now starting to fill, I now need to take another look at the prospects of what should I do with our excess water. Actually, like, another problem with doing this is that we quickly risk just too much. And bottling liquids like this isn't exactly a good way to do it. So instead it would be better for me to dump the excess water somewhere. For example in here, and have a system to retrieve it. So first question is, as polluted water seems to sink, regular water rises. So now I guess with here and yeah, now I'd have to create a system to maybe the rest of the way out. The liquid shut off will be here. Its automation. I believe the automation has to be a NOT gate. And then it just runs the rest of the way. And gets dumped. Let's say the high threshold is... If it's more than 50% full, it'll start dumping until it's 40%, no, until it's 40% full. Now we also have to hook it up with the... Hang on. Okay, there's no natural gas. Oh, there is natural gas in there, but it rises and... Who was the flatulent ones again? Oh wait, was that me? Now I'm not even sure which one of my duplicates have what qualities. On a bio... no. Can't see flatulent anywhere. So it's quite possibly we've lost that skill. Okay, so it's green now. Meaning yes, it's supposed to send red. It starts sending red once it's full. And then it was just the power. Oh, another blueprint. Let's see, let's see. What shall we get today? Oh. Oh. It's best to keep jelly-filled puffer jackets away from sharp corners. Okay, okay. None of them are in the regular dress-up. Except for... TomTom? Let's see, TomTom does not seem to carry anything, and it doesn't show up there, so... But TomTom, you will be the lucky owner of the strawberry jelly jacket, the hype sports gloves, and basic green pair of pants with yellow shoes. Look how dapper you look. Absolutely stunning. Stop heading to the zone. I really wish I wasn't led down there. And I really wish I wasn't so dependent on said lead. Now, no issues with overcrowding anywhere. No, just starving. And here they are cramped due to a... Oh. Okay, where's the egg? Here it is, it's a sun nymph egg. There we have it. Because sun nymphs are now more important. And the... Who's the oldest here? The shine bug. This guy unfortunately has to perish. I'm sorry, but that is how we keep the reactor filled with the best bugs. Right. Oh. Wait. 1900 steel? How? What did I use steel on? Well, it's a liquid shutoff. Oh, well. No, that's unacceptable actually. Not on my watch. You're going to make a new one out of... yes, you just use lead. Even if it means you're going to have to enter the zone. Oh, hey. Hang on. They actually count eggs. But that was a... still just a shiny nympheg, so... No sunbugs in the reactor yet. Though perhaps soon. A old pup. An excellent creature for some nice meat, but beyond that they serve little purpose. Now we have perfect decor above, yeah, almost every grave. So it should restart because someone had to get to let you know. Ooh, spin. At 50%, that's 2,000, so it's still a while away. Power wasted in the previous cycle was mostly due to the steam turbine. Okay, you know what? No. Out of all the machinery I have in this area, the steam turbine is the last to be able to, or the last one to be allowed to overproduce. This is a thermal battery, and I'd like to use it as a thermal battery. So hook it up to a battery and use automation. Assuming they don't break. No. Probably don't break under the extreme conditions, but my duplicates are breaking under the conditions. Great. Yep. I'll just, you know, please get it done. Let's see. Just checking that the automation is done correctly. Yep, it's red when it's full. However, it's overheating because I made it out of the wrong material. Okay. Overheat temperature has to be iron, at the very least. Or no, not material. Has to be iron. Oh, jeez. Then a nice little iron battery. Now let's see. Do I have... Yep, I have enough for the steam engine. Finally. That's unfortunately the only thing I can afford, as everything else is rather expensive. My plan to send someone out might be slightly delayed. Unless I can get them to focus on steel production more. I mean, that's the only thing they can do down there, so hopefully they will. Okay, let's see here. Pop, get the fuck out of the bed. Someone pick up Soichiro. I swear to God, if you drop... Good. Smart battery up and running. If it drops below... If it goes above 90 and falls black below 80, you can work, but otherwise... Stay shut. no. Okay, you know what? I'm going to allow it to start picking up these sun things. Kinda needed to start getting more eggs. Let's go away. Okay, out of all the things to go down into the most treacherous part of the base, you head down to get some meat. And not understandable, stupid. All the triage cots are full, even though 4 people are eligible. Maybe I should make a larger and/or new what is it called again? Medical room? Hospital. Yeah, things are cooling off, but I suppose quite a bit is getting through, especially with the mechanized airlock system. And okay, heat is leaking through. I wish it didn't though. Oxyplan is lying dead on the ground, that's stupid. That's one of the plants that should be growing. Where are the pips? Oh yeah. Running down in the areas they shouldn't be, because oh. God, they were locked down there. And the guy has probably laid an egg somewhere down here as well. Not gonna spend any effort saving that guy. He chose his bed and now he gotta lie in it. Them's be the rules. Yeah, okay. Not getting anywhere without more water. And let's see. Checking the harvest. Let's mop everywhere where it does not affect the growth of a water weed. Except here where we will affect it, because you know, we gotta have some standards. I might as well just let's mop everywhere we can, just to clean up the area. I think over here we can. Oh yeah, harvesting is allowed, this is the reason. But even though harvesting is allowed, no one is smart enough to bring the harvest home. Silly little goofus. Causing me immense anger. Kaiser Glam, because this one isn't set to accept sun nymphs. Someone isn't doing their job. This area is simply too important to forget. I am sorry, but get everything done. Does it really need changing? like that's such so stupid that the small settings I changed there is going to demand a total, or demand that someone goes in and changes it. Shouldn't be like that. Good as decayed, I wonder what. Ah, lettuce. Well, color me surprised. Ah. New printables, please, Weesport. Glass. I guess that's also quite useful. Especially considering I haven't really... I don't believe I've created glass, I've mainly just... I'll use glass I've found around. Let's see, over here that was the vent, but unfortunately quite inaccessible. And over here there was... oh yeah. Wait, what's stopping them here? Right, so this one. I kinda want to continue exploring in this direction. See what the rest of the map holds, if there's anything useful. Sand. Oh. There is a... one of those Gravitas buildings. With a neurovaculator. I don't remember which one of my duplicates I've mostly given those to, but yeah, I could get some nice work out of that. So hang on, let's check the automation and see if we can make sense of it. So all three of them have to be pressed before someone is allowed through? Well, assuming the battery isn't discharged completely, which it always is. I don't get why most of these systems seem to have like some automation. No one needs to do anything special. They just deconstruct it and don't look back. No reason to think about it. Down here temperature is... well, it's still hot. I kinda want to leak like salt water through to reduce the temperature, but also that won't really fix the problem. And it will just mean that there was another temperature leak. No. The only area where it would be, where I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to dump heat is into the frozen core. But at the same time, I don't really want to expose the frozen core. But that would also defeat the purpose of having frozen core. Like, there's so much ice down there, so much... like, what's the point either? No. I've convinced myself by saying stuff. We are tunneling down, not creating a massive opening, but a small opening to access the frozen core, which should cool the crude oil right down. And possibly ruin the footing for these guys. Quickly. You need to excavate it. Wait, that's a lot of carbon dioxide actually. Now, once we hopefully reach the point where we have access to proper cooling methods, you know, infinite wood seeds and all that, I think I will do more to really cool down. Let's see, you... Are you set to healing? Yes, good, do that. Let's just stop the construction for now. Don't really want to risk anyone. And also steel. How's steel going? No. I got excited at first, thinking that, oh, we've actually made quite a bit of steel, but no. It's just that we haven't built the rocket, so none of the steel's been used yet. Sedge. Oh. Quite injured. Well, what can we do? Actually, you know what? Just get it done. Quite important work. And there are still plenty of people that can hopefully dig. Let's see. Digging. Oh. No, there's only me. No one else is eligible to dig this out. In that case, make these two lower priority so that we do actually hit the ice. And then, like, thinking more about it, I'm kind of starting to regret my choice, but there is too much heat there. It needs to be dumped somewhere. Like, sucking it up with these wee swords, it'll take forever. Also, they're mostly being gunked up by the steam turbine heat. So I think we're just going to have to take this. Also, I should move one of those wee swords up here. Because now the backup mealwood is starting to have issues. Which is not good. Also, I thought I disabled the steam pop-up. But apparently not. Yikes. Forgiveness? Oh. They're killing off the Sticksters that escaped. Well, quite mean. But I have free food. And here. Oh, yes. Some nice power. These guys are glum. I'm cramped. Why are they cramped? It's a royal nymph egg. Well, I don't want to hatch those. Just keep laying normal eggs, you guys. And let's check the... Actually, let's check this of power created. The nice solar panels are... Okay, they're contributing, but not all too much. Why were somebody scolding? Probably just because they were picking up the thingamajig. Now we can afford Another rocket piece. Hang on. Get 2. Managed to place down 2 before it realized it couldn't afford it. Well, knowing that I have to invest in, what's it called again? Blast doors in order to properly protect my colonists. Or the rockets, I don't really care about the colonists. They shouldn't be in space. What? How long till you are healed? Oh, puffed legs and iron. Actually, I think I want the puffed legs. Yeah, you're healthy enough. Get out of bed. Oh. No, you are ineligible. Get out of the hospital and get back to work. What? Okay, fine. I guess I don't get to decide when you're done healing. Also, wait. Ah, there's natural gas in here. Great. Food is decayed, no, nothing important. This guy is still roaming. Almost 100% chance of laying another one of himself. Very good. Oh yeah, the hydrogen gases quite significantly increased. I believe that last time I checked it was about 78 kilograms per tile. Now it's almost 200. Oh, hey. Ah, it's a nice little meteor rain. Also, these guys should be one priority. I say not necessary until I start actually getting resources down from the planets. Scolding, oh well, yeah, you were picking up the meat. And you were... Oh, here it is. Contact has been made. The carbon dioxide has melted, I assume. But it's been trapped in a little pocket. Little pockets. So now we just wait for the rest to melt. Although it seems to be going... It's not going very quickly. I thought it would be going way quicker. Which is a shame. Quite a shame, really. Now another, not really important news, but good news. There has not been a single internet issue this stream, so quite possible that the change I made last stream is a lasting and working change. Which is good, because I don't really want to do the painful work of playing an Ethernet cable in here or buying a proper, PC wireless adapter. But we'll see. Now onto the specific heat capacity. Isn't that different? So, like until this ice starts melting, it won't do much in terms of it won't have too much surface area to continue melting the ice, but once it starts melting a little bit, it will. And here power is being made, these guys are happy, all is well in the world. So that's really hasn't gone up too much more. Solar panel is barely contributing. Great. It's doing so little. Although I'm wondering what's happening with the salt water. It seems to be shifting in kind of strange ways. Oh yeah, now it's being pushed into here. Strange really, but what is there to do about it, you know? Food has decayed, oh lord, you don't say. Woe is me. Increasing, decreasing. Goes up and down this calorie counter. Mainly due to lettuce being made and lettuce rotting. No extra steel. Red construction location. No, it's not. Is it? It's just because it's stuff there. I think. Oh no, it's also because they're missing 2 blocks here. Though it's... Oh, the rocket isn't that important right now. Let's see, what else needs doing here? These guys are full of algae. But the pool is drained of algae, so I don't need to change more of them. What else? What else? This guy's angry. Gee, I wonder why. These are their tunes, good. Okay, like the main issue with the tune-up is that the less I use, if I don't actually use the generators like constantly, it's kinda wasted the tune-up, but it's only like, what is it? How much is it? How much it costs? 5 per, I believe. So it's only 20 per, what? 10, no, 20 per 5 cycles. We can easily afford that. Even probably just by meteor rain we'll be able to afford it. So. Oh, rocketry can afford some more stuff. Well, let's just 2 more. 1 more and the main pod, some gantry, and then we're done. And then we just need to make the vaporization chamber. No, that's not a poor name. But we just need to make the area that heats up the water to the boiling point and fills the steam turbine. I mean the steam engine. Yes, the steam engine. But the... let's see. Plenty of plenty of carbon, plenty of lime, some iron. Like, the iron is the first thing that we ran out of, but still, there's still enough. Here, these guys are happy. The solar panels are happy. The duplicants are not stressed, which is good. Is it? Oh, the conductive wire has been overloading. Let's see. Maybe I should think about installing like thick power wires around the base. Like, in a sense, the main issue is that it's expensive, but it's not too expensive. It's only up 4 times as much. For what? 25 times as much power? So it's definitely better. It's just I have to install transformers, they create heat, yada yada yada. We got some blueprints, let's check them out once it's saved. And what do we get? We get the basic purple shoes. I believe I already have a pair of those. Damn. Oh, printables. I think it's security tablets. Don't really need them, but let's just take them. Oh no, now they're starting to be glum. Hopefully the guys will fix that soon. No more's been created. Wait. This is the waterweed seed bin. Quite a bit of waterweed seeds already. Ah yes, there's... Good. This boy can... Nope. They'll die today. I wish I got meat when the sunbugs died, because that's proper money. That would almost make it worth it install... No wait, it would make it worth it just installing auto sweepers. Though at the same time, it would quite quickly be really broken if you just got like... If only even a slight portion. These guys die every 25 cycles, they're essentially free to keep, and this area alone is going to it's going to have so many shine bugs once it's complete, and those dying every 25 cycles, way too much meat, way too broken. Although I wish it was like that. And we seem to have quite a bit of tracklets, which is good. That means the system we have in place is more or less working with some minor issues. The main issue here being the temperatures. I probably should just make better seals to keep the temperature up, but it's such work. And down here the ice yet hasn't melted, although the liquid barely has cooled down. It's actually heated up more than it's cooled down since I broke the seal. How great. Though once it melts its way over here and there, I can get some nice little Weezwort seals. And, you know, at some point I can just install a cooling loop, pretty much just run by Wart seeds. Because even though they can't cool down further than 60, like, run some supercoolant through that bad boy. Or, yeah, have a... what's it called again? Have an aqua tuner in there. Sorts it right out. Right, now we can check the previous cycle. How much did the solar panels aren't contributing that much. Oh. But they've not even contributed to the power wasted, meaning that last cycle, I mean, yeah, the power usage was higher than created power. These guys still aren't enough. Which makes total sense, like each of these is 400 watts and at the worst times all four of them are running, so keeps the guys busy. Oh, sweep. Oh, it's too late. Some nice polluted oxygen. Wunderbar. Oh yeah, that's the other thing I was intending to build. Let's check the price. It needed ores, but I kind of want to like install a fire pole. Like we'll have this transit tube for going up and the pole for going down. Because unless we reach a point where we have enough power to run it transit tube both ways, which is technically faster. Wouldn't be a bad idea to invest in that. These guys are broken anyways. Just mop the rest. This boy can get everything. No. Oh wait. This is... no, that can't be. I was about to suggest that the snow re-melted, considering it suddenly was so cold. But that wouldn't make sense. It's most likely due to the fact that it has two quite cold tiles to drag from. This one only has one. So yeah, let's sit and watch ice melt. Okay, no, it's taking for too long. Come, oh. And as I say that, it melts. There we go. Attacking the ice from two sides. Same with the snow. That's going to leave this part. We're gonna quickly melt this part. Start attacking some of the walls, but you know, mainly it's not going to be much of a difference. Actually, the snow... oh yeah, the snow is just so low thermal conductivity. It probably never was as hot as I thought it was. It's just that it looks like it's melting. No, it's the ice that's melting the quickest due to the high thermal conductivity. Even higher in oil. Wait, isn't I thought that in general liquids were the most conductive of materials. With the... actually, I can check that. Let's see. Here we have lead. Lead has a thermal conductivity of 35. And okay, now it's slightly lower. Still, now we're eating through the ice. I don't need to watch this anymore, but when I come back, there'll probably be a bunch of ice missing. These guys are grabbing the waterweed seeds now. They're that desperate for work. Well, good on them, I suppose. Good for me. These guys are unhappy. Oh, things are going good. It's going... no, it... no. I'm pretty certain there is still a flatulent person in the colony. They're just hiding. Wait, do I have 2 leadites? That's not exactly good. No. Can't see. So where is... there wasn't this much natural gas just like a moment ago. Where did it fall from? I don't have any flatulent characters, so something is going on. The water basically instantly turned 50 degrees the moment it melted. So there's probably some difference in thermal conductivity. Wait, the thermal conductivity of liquid water is... shit. I don't think I understand thermal conductivity. And that's why it's immediately heating up the moment it melts. And the specific heat capacity of... no, probably just low interaction because of the difference in states. No, actually I'm going to stand on this hill. Liquids conduct heat the best. And that makes sense on every level, even on the molecular sense. Because in gases, they expand too much. Little interaction between the molecules. Liquids, usually mixed, but still, the molecules can get in there, and with at least solid on solid, you know, unless they're a solid piece, there are going to be gaps that have significance. Still, it's not melting as quick as I thought it would. And I don't really want to introduce temp shift plates. That would be forcing it too much. Though, now that we have reached this point, and I believe the ice hasn't melted yet, since there already is ice down here, let's just introduce some ice plates. Force the liquid to cool down a little. No. No granite. What? What happened? I wanted ice. No granite. Ooh. How's things going here? This one is... I mean, I will most likely see it once it's supposed to erupt, but I don't think this boy is able to erupt anymore. I think the pressure around it is too high. Which, if the case, is quite a shame, really. Yep, overpressure. I think we should do something about that. We need to excavate further down. I think it should be, they should be perfectly able to dig two to the sides. Now I just hope no one's stupid enough to dig so that they are unable to get back up. Because that would be catastrophic. Oh. Nope. Smart enough to not bury themselves. Then, wait. This one is supposed to have two next to it. This one is... Okay, both of them right by each other. I think... oh no. 16. 16. Oh, piss. This whole ladder is one block off. Jeez, the whole thing has been rebuilt. This is unacceptable. This explains this. These went wrong. They were right. I was wrong. Mein Gott. Shit. Okay, get the fuck out of there, please, 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 please. When's the last save? I'm not having this. Paradise in Hell. Cycle 539. Actually, no, the newest one was today. Oh, jeez. Like, even if I'm stuck down in that hole, well, then I can just stop myself from doing that. Unless it's autosave because the duplicate died. In which case, I will be a little bit upset. Nope. This was before I started my stupid idea. Okay, I'll start the digging again. But I will put a priority on creating the ladder. Okay, now we can just go back to what we were otherwise doing. Finishing up the ice walls. almost immediately absorbs quite a bit of the heat, but not really enough. Oh. I mean, the ice will melt, so doesn't really matter. It just doesn't melt as quickly. That's why. Okay. Not endangering themselves. Good. Right, and then we'll start this just destroying our wrongly placed stuff once enough of the ladder is built. Oh sheesh. Horrible. Let's see, the melting point is at negative 0.6, so it'll melt at 2.4. Now it's gonna melt, yep. And then it instantly shoots up in temperature. It's whack. Doesn't make sense. Still now the temperature, you know, it's dropping ever so slightly in this pool. And up here, yep, not killing themselves, which is great. No one's died. The only one who's, I don't know who's been stressed, but not anymore. Over here everything is fine except for the glum, which is a problem. Are whoever's the ranchers gonna take their job seriously? Doesn't really seem like it. But score weird. You and Mima are only going to do ranching. So maybe now you will focus on getting these guys to be happy. They are just our food source and power source. Pure diamond. Cooling is happening at a slow rate, and let's see how's this going. Ooh. Not long until we'll have... Why is it... No. You're stupid, it's not supposed to be disabled. What are you guys doing? Okay, that explains why they wanted the settings errand, because for some reason they thought they were going to be disabling it. And although understandable, it's also annoying. Let's see. Let's not set it to count eggs anymore, because I kinda need eggs. And here... Right. Remove every 4 ladders. Wait. 4. this one should now line up, and it does, so good. Still, the slush geyser isn't really uncovered enough. Let's descend it just ever so slightly further down. And just also install these, just so that we keep track. Oh, it broke itself actually. No, I'm not gonna complain about that, that's excellent. Still, there's still a slight overpressure. Oh, just about. And just about low enough pressure. Still, I think we should expand, because it's going to fill up more later anyways. Glass. Could make another reactor if I wanted. And we can excavate it down here. Of course, making this part the priority. Clearly don't understand priority, these guys. How dare they? Another egg soon. Good. Oh, you fucking idiot. Like, we can build, right? I am like completely rid of that permission. No. You're even set to low priority building. So stop drowning yourself. Please. Right. Actually, I'm not going to have that one. Kinda wanted to just break on its own. It's a little more fun. And if it's not enough high enough pressure, well, I'll just destroy it myself later on. Oh. Nope, it's starting to break both sides. So we'll have 2 small areas now filled. And now it's not impossible that it'll break through even this part. Although it won't do much, but still. It's fun. Funny, oh. It's a funny upside down, man, but not anymore. But actually, let's excavate all the way over here just to get a glimpse into what lies here. And material-wise, oh, it broke. Didn't break here now, it actually seems to have stopped breaking down the wall. Probably due to the sudden depressurization. But it's not exactly very apparent, but there is a slight difference in color between the saltwater and the brine. And the brine, it looks a bit more pissy due to the slight yellow hue, which is lovely. Pissy water, but not piss, pissy. Right, does this guy lay an egg? I think he did. So why? Oh yeah, it's because I never set it to. I want them to. What's the word again? Hatch that egg. Yep, there. Now it's going to hatch within the day, because the lullaby lasts for a cycle. Nope. Actually, doesn't really matter much, but then I suspect that salt water is leaking in through here. Huh? TomTom? What the TomTom. TomTom, don't make me put up restrictions on who can walk through here, please. TomTom. You just lost the right to do anything. Get back on that treadmill. This is so sad. Can't do anything right. Okay. Circuit overload, great. Where was that? Probably down here, in the area. But carbon dioxide is about to liquefy, and then probably jump straight into the gaseous phase. I wish, what do I wish? I wish they made more. No, wait, I have steel now. Let's finish up the rocket then. That's the command capsule. Need a gaunt. Probably need more gantries, but gantries. Probably need more of them. But I guess it's now possible to plan out. Oh wait. I don't know if I had designed that earlier, but it goes perfectly along. Great. Magic rock ladder all the way to the top. Start building. Yes. We're gonna need this. This out. Guess they can also get this part done, but it's not exactly vital. Wait, who did this? I didn't even catch it. Okay, with this, that's going to be the third egg. And then after that one will get one more before changing. Actually, wait. Once that one hatches, it will start dumping them in the reactor anyways. So I don't need to pay any attention to it. It'll do that on its own. And TomTom is bored. Okay, let's check the athletics. 13 athletics, let's say, compared to JC. Oh, well. No. Probably should just make another manual generator room. Give it to TomTom on his own. I guess this is a decent area. Now, excavation has started, but let's just quickly set the repair to 1. These aren't exactly important, these telescopes. And then it's just more steel for the bunker tiles. That's going to be the main problem with these. I don't have access, or don't have enough steel yet, and these are probably kept there out of iron. So let's make as much as we can. Yep. Fimblereed. Hang on, are these? No. They are not made of iron, so it's not a waste of iron. But there is there's a lack of regular ores. 3000 isn't even close to being enough. 100%, and the only one with access is Tom. Tom. Let's also put it on 9 priority, just because Tom needs the exercise. Still not going too hot quick. It's okay. I'm probably going to install a airlock. See. Actually not here, but here. Install. We need to properly seal off the heat. It's not a large issue if it starts descending, but if it rises, that's unacceptable. With some nice copper airlocks. Preferably, these guys would actually start doing a difference, but they aren't, unfortunately. And up here we are starting to see clear sky. Okay. If I'm going to aim to launch a rocket this stream, I might not bother installing proper safety measures. Like, the ladders are still usable even if they break, and like the only path remaining would be to make a box. Like, potentially I could just use the landing tile here. I need to use steel, but that's okay. Just need to check the melting point of lead. Wait. Lead's melting point is 327. I don't think it ever gets that hot up here, so should still be safe to use lead. Although I placed it from the active iron, so it might get that hot at impact sites. So that's probably something I'm going to have to think about. Yeah, they are. No egg available, well, tough luck. Whilst the colony is currently being powered by around 12.5% solar panel. Truly getting there. And then here's continuing to melt, but let's see with the melting point here. Nope, melted. But refroze. Nope, we have seal. And an unnecessary sink. Carbon dioxide is starting filling up this area, probably mostly due to the fact that they aren't able to reach it from this area. So only Big Man upstairs is actually able to enjoy it. Actually no, Big Man upstairs isn't able to reach it. So let's do this. This is slightly inefficient, but oh, I blocked by. Ah, jeez. You know what? No. This boy can have a high pressure gas vent. I won't mind if this area becomes slight. Like, it will dissipate out. It won't be an issue. Waiting for coolant? Oh yeah, this bad boy actually needs to start running properly. Has been resting on its laurels for far too long. Alternatively, I've set a little... It's not happy with the 150C demand. This is a waste of power. In order for this boy to work properly, it needs to be fitted at the top, but it isn't. You know what, let's do this. We'll let through that guy and just create 2 mesh tiles so that they can climb over and actually drink the beautiful carbon dioxide. Down here it's melting slowly. Quite accurate. Degrees in Celsius. Don't know why it's showing that many. What is it called again? That many numbers. I don't know why it's regular the same numbers, probably because I expected a fancy name. Like the Norwegian word siffer. Completely able. There's nothing blocking, it's just that it's just priorities which is keeping me from getting stuff done. Insufficient resources, that's a lie. Unless the resources are being dropped somewhere, there's plenty of steel, isn't there? No. What happened? Oh, wait, what? What's going on? Okay. At least these need to be finished. That's why nothing's happening down here. They aren't able to do anything. Well. Frozen fossil. The problem here, the problem was that it was too cold. It was freezing the carbon dioxide. Well, that's an interesting problem to have. Certainly. And now I can see that there's not really anything of interest in here. There's a small section down here, but I doubt we'll find anything there either. Now it managed to find something interesting to do. Okay, let's see. Let's quickly select the oxalite and get it swept, because that can be quite useful. And unless I decide to make an oxalite farm at a later point, the more oxalite I have in storage, the better. Like, preferably I'd just make the job straight from steam engine to hydrogen engines, but that's not going to be possible. I need to make a stop at petroleum engines. Oh. But yeah. Now they've fixed it, everything is done, so they have access to the seal now. And apart from that, well, what else is there of note to comment on? Like this area, it's slightly cooler due to the cool salt slush vent. Oh, that's the geyser. The vents are the tall ones. I mean, easy to make that mistake, huh? Oh yeah, it's hot to work in there, I kinda forgot. These aren't exactly pleasant working conditions. But it's all we've got. Now what did these guys say? Not hot enough for the molten slicksters, but it's still possible. The molten slick. I mean, if that guy lays a regular egg, I'm going to be upset. Because I don't want the regular slicksters, I want the molten ones. A lot easier to just have, what's it called again? Petroleum by default, not having to convert it. But now Liam can finally get into decorating. That'll essentially be his job now. So, yes, please get to it. I guess it'll take some time. I guess you can also... Anyway, I thought we had extra spare steel. But oh, okay, so it's unreachable. Oh jeez, let's remove the top gantry. Gonna need one here to place these two. One here to place these two. And then one here, so... Ugh. Need so much steel. I don't need the other one. They're perfectly able to get up there and eat the carbon dioxide, so... it's good enough. Actually, how's things going over here? Are they're overcrowded? So this one can't work anymore now. And this guy has to die, because otherwise nothing's gonna get done, you know. Yeah. Such a hard decision it is to murder an innocent little... what's it called again? Sunbug. No. It's annoying when they suddenly break somehow. Who's suffocating and where? Jesus Christ. I swear if I had to reset again because you're an idiot. Jesus. Why aren't they able to protect themselves? Also, what happened to you? How many meteorites were you hit by? Have some sense of self-preservation, please. I don't want to have to herd you in just because there's raining meteorites. Right. What else? Yellow alert, the telescope. Nope, that's a 1. Not supposed to be fixed at all. Other than that... well... we are getting a little bit of petroleum up here now. And I feel like the melting is going a bit too slow. I expected it to just like cave out a large area with the heat, but no. Heat transfer is so low. Wait, no. Hang on. this is supposed to be 8 and the engine is supposed to be 9. Just to have it done. Also, the metal tiles might melt, since they're made of lead. But hopefully that won't be a problem. I don't want to spend iron on making proper tiles. Right. Okay, I guess we have a bit of iron now. Now that we've excavated a bunch, and also I probably should just make a tunnel beneath here as well to access the iron that's going to get sealed off soon. It's gonna be useful. Oh. Another meteor fall is happening. And I mean, they're not gonna try to protect themselves. They're just gonna stay out. Oh, maybe. No, not gonna bother watching this. If they live. Nine. But I can't. I have to pick it because. Right, let's see, here is the old guy. Kill him. I don't know why it glitches out sometimes and won't kill guys I want them to kill. But it's costing me power, or potential power. Body temperatures being an issue here, that's bad. The generators, yeah, they're creating some heat, though not a large amount. Actually, let's see here. The pipe. I guess there is still a bunch of energy lost, but preferably the water going into the electrolyzer should have been 70 degrees maximum. Where? Oh. Kind of. I mean, this guy's creating a bit too hot steam, really. Why did... Oh, the temperature. Well, I'm going to have to replace that one. Guess we'll have to use gold, as that's the only resource we actually have enough of. And Merpley. Not good enough, really. Well. Great. No, that's going to take some time. Yeah. Hopefully there's enough hydrogen for them to just completely fill up the reservoirs again. Phew. Oh, this guy is going to die on his own before I'm able to kill him. Perfect. And with this guy in the bed, there's not really anyone to dig. Actually, Tom Tom, become a doctor. And you, Grilling, I guess. I should have someone else with the capacity to dig. Let's see. Priorities. JC, you are now also supposed to dig. And also, even if most people are getting taken off the Frostburger diet, he's going to have to keep it. Well. Quite a bit of spare lice loaf, even more spare meal lice. No, food-wise, we're going to be able to be set for quite some time. Even if at some point they have to resort to eating less than optimal food. Actually, maybe I shouldn't make the wall a little nicer. I have plenty of diamonds, so I can just fill it up with arrow pots. Don't even need to place anything in them. They'll provide quite a bit of decor on their own. Ugh. And these, I'm just gonna disable auto repair on all of them. Like, I don't know if, let's see. I don't know if the buildings being broken at all impact like how easy they are to use, but hopefully not. Let's just check. Also, these guys are disabling auto repair. I hope they don't break the what's it called again? I hope they don't break the insulating tiles, because I kinda need them to walk on. But I don't need the ladders, since they don't actually disappear once they're broken. Oh, more steel. Can actually afford the final gantry. And also, let's see. I'm going to need a couple of bunker doors. Let's see. I believe each bunker door is 5 or 4. Uncertain which one. But I'm going to need to fill it in. Right. Down here, melting ever so slowly. And is it? The guy died of natural causes, probably. Didn't need my help. But what else can I do? TomTom earned a skill points. Well, TomTom can also spec into digging, so at some point we can have more capable of doing that. Oh. Stop breaking. Also now, tiles are actually getting destroyed. But I don't really want them replace them with bunker tiles, because they are too expensive. diamonds were dropped properly for the aeropods. And there is a lack of iron, yes. That's as expected. Well. At some point I probably should try to use the anti-entropy nullifiers. Assuming I don't keep on not using these bombs for power. There, oh, peace. Actually, no, that's not the way to do it. Wait, oh no, it broke. This is a high... that's... Okay, right, you know, just quickly destroy it. And preferably when it's ready, yes. And then replace it with one made of iron. Oh, we have access to iron. Good. We need a better battery. Yes, yes. Ah, yes. Finally, the rocket is under construction. Oh, I should probably use those hazmat suits, but you know, stupidity. Am I right, guys? And willingness to learn. And here they... well, now they have iron. That's the... it hasn't been built yet. Oh, no, 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 no. All... wait. There's so much oxygen missing. Hello? Anyone grabbing iron? Okay, good. It needs to be finished. We need the power. Now we just need to remember the settings of the battery. What was it? Probably like 95. Let's say 50. Oh. 50. Let's actually check the power wasted. The hydrogen generators are experiencing overproduction. Let's then change it to 90%. Hydrogen generators are unacceptable power loss source. No, not disabled. I don't know why would you think why you would think that. But disabling is not what's going to happen. can't get it finished because someone keeps destroying the flooring. Horrible, horrible. And now, please finish it. Nope, there. We're not gonna get it finished. The gantry still, they are easy enough to finish. Now just add an import pipe, which... Okay, now I need to decide on where to place the chamber. And also I need to check if I have... Okay, I do have enough steel, it's only 50. Because it will be steel. This will be, of course, be hooked up to a liquid vent. Insulate pipes, yada yada. And then all of this has to be hooked up to the power cables through iron. And I think it's okay to use metal tiles. And the insulated pipe just has to run all the way back inside, and I don't know where I'm going to get the water from, but here, possibly. Only issue would be that would waste the oxalate, so that's not really where I want to get it from either. But the plan is made, more or less. This room will create steam for the rocket. And these guys are not to be repaired, because they're gonna get broken anyways. Way too much power needed to move them in and out. Now we have proper decor. How far does it... It reaches all the way over here, so this is incredibly enough max decor. But also there, even though it says max decorum, there isn't really a max decor. Like, oh, it will be, you know, easier to see when they're in the bedroom, but the current decor goes way up. Let's see, let's go ahead. Current decor is 291, even though the decor tab is saying 120. So always go for the maximum amount of decor, especially if the rest of your base is a shithole. Yep. Nice. Who's idle? Tom. I är kikable. I aren't you running the treadmill now? There's never a time to get off the treadmill. It always needs a run. Oh, finally. Let's see the power generation. Solar panel is increasingly participating in it, but still not all too much. And let's see. Now I just need to set the Rest of this stuff at 7 priority. So now they'll hopefully get to it if they have the time. Food decay, what is it? Meal ice? That is acceptable. Right. Temperature's way too high over there, but I desperately want to know what's here. Desperately want to know what kind of geyser it is. Is it a cool slush one or is it a hot one? Oh, we can afford bunker tiles now. Well, let's see. I'm probably going to save up until the bunker door. No, wait. Actually, yeah, I do need it just to properly visualize how large it is, because can't really remember. And I need to know for when I'm placing it down. Now actually, it's slightly cooler than when they started, but it's not exactly going amazingly quickly. Nope. That's just... Why does that keep popping up? I don't know. There's a change in steel accessibility, I believe, but I'm not 100% sure. Picking up iron. Actually, still accessible iron, but that won't last for too long. All of it is going straight into the steel. Now let's... don't want them to do it like just yet, but at some point you guys might as well get to expanding this pit. If you have the time, obviously. Wait, that's the other unreachable dig. It's just out of reach, probably. Or no? Wait. This one spot is unreachable. Ah. So even if they're standing here, they should be able to reach here, right? That doesn't make much sense. "27 broken buildings." Well, the age of the broken building is upon us. With the ladders. And even once this system that's going to protect the rocket is in place, it will not be perfect. Simply because making it perfect would require the use of space scanners. They'd be set up, not entirely certain how they work now, they've been updated. But they'd be set up, scan space, see, oh, rockets are incoming, meteors are incoming. open and closing these doors. However, I can't be bothered to do it like that, so well. So instead I'll just have a system where the door opens up once the rocket is ready to launch, and then it closes before it opens again, like a certain amount of time before the rocket lands. So it's it's micromanagement. I have to set the clock to when it returns. But that's just the way it works. Although last time, before the quality of life update, the space scanners did work differently than what I believe they do now, so maybe I should invest in them. Although, no, they don't work with an obstructed view of the sky, so they can't really be protected either. They detect, oh, there's a meteor rain. Close the door above them and whoopsie daisy, can't see the sky anymore, don't know if it's over. So that would probably be too much work for me. Melt already. Okay, so it's cooling down, but the gradient moves slowly, so I won't be able to see it properly. No, for now I'll just keep them in here. Also, speaking of the core, what is the core here, Mima? Well, it's just a nice little 988. Guess the decor from Shinebugs. What is it, 50 a pop? No, that's 50 per Sunbug. Okay, it's only 30 per Shinebug, but still. Quite a bit. So, whenever people walk over here, their decor will skyrocket. And especially if they work there for a small amount of time. Nope. Guess I can also see that the core is in bed. 228. Would probably be better without the sand, so at some point I'm going to have to clean out the rooms. Let's put it at the... Actually, let's set it up and just put it at the 3 priority. Like, they don't have to get to it instantly, but at some point it should be done. Insufficient oxygen generation? What? Okay. That's a new one. Well, I mean, it complains about that a bunch of times, but there hasn't been a problem with oxygen yet, so I don't believe it. And soon the gantry isn't being set to be made quickly. That's why nothing is happening with the top of the rocket. No, I'm definitely going to attempt to launch a rocket to space today. That will be the end, or I'll do it before the stream is over. I probably will be the last thing, considering the time, but yeah. said I'm going to finish it, so I guess I'll have to. Now... How... Okay, let's see. You know what? Construction. Get it all done. I want this done before Christmas. And that's seemingly causing some stress among the duplicates, but too bad. This guy has... oh, some water has been dumped. Nice. Well, actually, hang on a second. I think I'm going to slightly rewire this entire system. I don't think I want to take water from the more polluted section. Because now the food poisoning germs, they're gonna be there forever. So just going to have to redesign this. Well, it is what it is. If I want to fix it, I could just place some sound shells in there. They'll suck up the germs nice and quickly. And how's things going up here? Let's see. Oh, insufficient oxygen generation. Ah, too bad. What matters is that the rocket is finished, and so is all the pipes and such. Where is... let's see. Where is Tigerban? Oh, set to... okay. Also getting work done. Just hadn't reached just yet. Okay. Checking skill points. I don't really have anything to spend. Nima could do something. Probably needs the athletics. If the prints are being made of obsidian, probably a bit too much work to get that. Let's just use Mafic Rock. See. Also, this is unreachable. So let's fix that. Yeah. Things are moving quite fast, but I still need to find out where to get the water from. No. You know what, okay, I didn't intend to use Oxalite. Grab this Oxalite and get it to the base, and then we can just drain this area of... Oh, words are failing me. Drain that of water and use that for the turbine. No, not turbine. Engine. Jeez. Can't say the words properly. Mir. But let's see. There hasn't been planted anything more here now. The bottom one was the most successful line. Unfortunately, that didn't work the same way upwards. Oh, actually, I see now that I should invest in another shower. Because it seems that not everyone received a shower or are able to shower. Let's see. Oh, a hatch. Great. Love them hatches. Oh, printables. Let's see. Resword. No. Nothing I really want. So, that's a shame. Also, why aren't they grabbing the oxalite? Come on. Just disconnect these two so that we don't instantly pour water into the room before it's sealed. No. There is storage, right? The oxalite... Oh, it's not full. So why aren't they grabbing the oxalite? Oh. I guess they just don't want to be helpful. Also, how dare you? You watch yourself there, Shavol. Or you're becoming the dinner tonight. Up, overpressure. Fantastic. That's also annoying because now there is a... These steam vents are so annoying because they just create so much unnecessary heat. Can't stand it. It's not going to be prioritized, but widen the oil shaft a little bit when you have the time. But of course, before that, actually finish the steam room. And preferably the rocket as well. Would certainly be nice to be able to send off someone. Actually, who am I going to choose for this momentous occasion? Ah, piss. we're getting meteorites. I mean, it's nice with heat for the steam room, but also it needs to be finished fast. Jeez. Oh, it's the door that... I'm not used to many of the machines making noise necessarily, because they tend to be, you know, some distance away and then you don't hear all the noises, but... I did not know the lobby doors had a sound. Save auto repair. Okay, also how much I... No. Haven't made any more steel yet. Too busy finishing off the steam room. Oh. How's... solar panels are doing their part? Good. You did not just... Okay. That's enough of us, but do not shit Regolith where the people walk, please. Wait, they finally grabbed the Oxalite. Now the real question is whether they actually got it to the base, or if they just dropped it somewhere. No, it seems they actually got it back. Oh, that's fantastic. Now we just... okay, disable. Is there a better button to just disable auto repair? Nope. There's at least a button if you want to check which ladders are still repairable. And that's P. Because priority says, oh, they'll try to... no, it... in general, it says, oh, they will try to fix this tile. Or not. So you'll know if you have to do something or not. Yeah, now it's just this one conductive wire and the blocks, the gas pump. Just stuff they need to grab from the bottom. Oh. I had the time to completely excavate the area, huh? There is this one. Yes. So much. Okay, there's a lot of steel, but none of it's for use. It's all been planned to be used up here. Right. Food has decayed. Oh no. Meal lice. What a shame. And down here. Ice is slowly melting. Emphasis on slowly. Like once these two melt, I believe it will rush through and probably do some more. Let's see. And up. Come on, one more step. There we go. And now it's repeatedly. Actually, don't know for certain what's happening here. Carbon dioxide just keep popping up, but it's not like it's. Actually, no, it might be trying to freeze or liquefy. Right, by the end of this cycle, by the end of this cycle, I expect the steam room to be more or less finished. They certainly should be able to pull that off. Yep. Also just cut off the power just in case, but who's delivering the lead? It needs to be delivered before we can finish off the walls. And then plan 2 more walls. For fun. Actually, you know what? Let's not bother. Those 2 walls aren't necessary for the box. Let's just hope that someone brings the lead for the walls soon. And to think that when I opened this, I thought I would be able to reach these wart seeds. Yep, nah, not for quite some time. Let's see. No lead has reached this point yet. Is that lead you're carrying? Yep. And that's up. Now it's just building that, which isn't really T-Eben's job. Or my job. Ah. Shouldn't I have named one after myself? Don't know how to refer to it. And it's just construction missing. Which I didn't get stuff done this cycle, but next one I'm sure of it. The only risk now is that there will not be enough heat within the tiles to fill the steam engine. But we'll see, I guess. Once it's been sealed off, we can check. Nope. First. Now. And down here. Now we're getting stuff done. And the rocket is complete. Just... I guess we only have one astronaut. Let's see. Yeah, and Mima could become one. Nah, Scoreward. Scoreward is getting sent up. Scoreward will be the first astronaut. Although I guess Scoreward first needs to accept it. Yes, it needs to be dug out. It's going to slowly cool down. Shite. This isn't good. Please stop. Let's see, no, don't leave, please. Come on. No! Ah, come on. Don't have time for this. Oh, you fucker. Please just finish it. Oh. Great. Oh. Expanding, it seems to have increased the heat transfer, but just fucking okay, so I didn't realize that it being entombed was this much of an annoyance. Let's see. It's missing an Atmos suit. I don't think I have one on hand, so we're just... oh shit. But I can take one from here. Okay, good. Now we're getting stuff done. Okay. First of all, Scoreward will be the first one. Second of all, they're heading to... okay. Nowhere yet, but... let's see. Wait, total first wave. I'm confused. Oh, yeah, okay, there's not exactly a lot of steam in there just yet. Kind of forgot about that. Takes quite some time to fuel it. So let's go over this inside. Now we just wait for the bad boy to be fueled. Yeah, okay, its weight, even though its weight penalty seems to be increasing, that is just because that's because it's able to thrust that far. Weight penalty doesn't appear. Hang on, wait a second. This is a one priority. What are you doing? Let's remove the parts that they can actually reach. I don't really want them to build it. And it's meant for show. Right, let's see. Nope, still not past the... wait. Now, please fix this actually. Kind of annoying not having any tiles to step on. And the bunker door. It's 4 wide. So with the door there, we have one here and 1, 2. One here, people pop. And one here. And no. Let's see. I don't know if this would be the best way to do it. I mean, it's going to be in the way anyways. Slightly. Okay, let's see. We are starting to get past the... Okay, let's... I'm going to just set it to 500. I think that's going to be enough. I don't want to use too much more steam than I actually need to. Oh shite, I just realized something. One of the issues with a rocket is that it forces heat into like a 3x9 area right below the engine, so that there is a risk that the gas pump might overheat and break. Which would be slightly annoying. Because then I'd probably have to destroy it and rebuild it from scratch. Okay. No, nothing yet. Actually, meteor damage. Okay, that's bad. If they destroy a tile there, it's quite a bit of steam that's getting lost. And even if they just block it, that's annoying. So, please don't do anything. Please don't cause me despair. Though the bunker tile, I guess I'll just like to explain it, there will be the door here. And then these will go down the side with one spacing because no meteorite can pass through, can go through here. Ah, shit. Okay, it's... fix it. But with this wall, no one will go straight through. Wankers. Fuck. Quickly. 600. Steam is quickly leaking out. Fix the goddamn hole. You're not allowed to sleep. Excuse me, where do you think you guys are going? There. Go to bed. These cretins. Who made the mess? You're the worst. Why did you make a mess? You had no reason to. You just wanted to. I hate you. Annoyed. Right. Seems like we'll have to go closer to 700. Problem is there isn't really much heat left in the rock. So, you know. Might not actually wasted so much heat there because the stupid meteorites. Who the fuck? Liam. Liam? Liam. What are you doing? Liam. Don't make me take away your rights. Okay, you're not allowed to pass through there. Hey, Liam, Tom. You're not allowed. You've lost the right. Can't trust these newbies. Keep making a mess. Right, soon. There should be enough. But let's also check. TomTom is idle. Well, I can't expect TomTom to always have something to do, unfortunately. Soon, okay. I think 700 is about just how much we need. Yep. Here we go. The rocket is fueled. Everything is good. Yada. Lift off. Let's see here. Heat seems to have been injected, but that's mostly for the better now. Now we can fill this room, and we earned 2 achievements apparently. Space race and pulling back the whale. Oh yeah, the pulling back the whale was because now we can see everything on the surface. Excellent. Well, we've had liftoff. Finally. That marks just the beginning of our space era. The era where we will spend a lot of time because, if I'm not entirely mistaken, I'll get 60 per each of these research module in at this research point. And that's 300. Whilst I need a total of 2,800 for all of it. So 300 divided by that, about 10. And that's if we visit new planets each time. If we take a repeat, that's only 10 per, so which might go for that at least in the beginning, because I hate the Oxlide things. It's so darn expensive. I can't wait till the rocket has returned before ending the stream, but getting tired. I had not intended to stay up like this late. Which, oh, it's not very late. It's I had plans, you know. Dash oxygen. Now is the best time to try to empty this place out. Let's leech this place of all the oxygen. Reducing the breathability. Right. Can start filling in the rest so that it's actually possible to descend into this icy core. Let's also check. We have some extra steel. Let's plan this part so that it's possible to install the doors at some point. Beyond that, it's not much. It's just a ton of broken buildings. No research selected. Is there anything actually? Let's see. There's a bunch we haven't researched. Is there any we need to? Actually, the conveyor receptacle is quite nice to have. So. The conveyor receptacle makes it possible for the auto sweepers to access parts of the access something, or materials without them having to be dumped on the ground, which is quite nice. Solar panels have completely outshone the manual generators this day. There's been a significantly lower need for the who's suffocating? Liam. See, this is why I can't do anything with you guys, because you are stupid. I'm going to have to install a pneumatic door to keep you guys in check. Actually, you know what? Liam, I think this proves that you aren't ready to leave the base yet. Hopefully it will just build it quick enough. So that I can keep Liam from leaving. Liam. Liam, no. You! Go here and think about what you're doing. Someone quickly build this door. Before Liam is able to come back. Ah, there it is. Pay. Actually, pay is good enough. Liam, you're just the one that's not allowed to leave. Although, where did Liam go? Also, I almost had a heart attack when I saw that there were only 7 population on the asteroid. I was really worried that we'd lost someone, but it just doesn't show the people that have been sent into space. Which is mainly why we see there are only 7. Because, Skull Weird is missing. How awful. Liam. Can't just fall asleep like that, Liam. Oh wait, hang on a second. How much sheet do these guys make? The incubator creates 4.0. These 3 incubators are creating more heat than this guy is destroying. That's kind of an oversight. Should not have been like that. Oh, can afford more rocketry things. Now, what's the next step? I suppose I'll need Oxlite, which I could use gold for, but I'd preferably not use gold. With the solar panels up and running soon, hopefully the colony will be self-sufficient power-wise. Apart from that, what else is there? Like this food. We're running low on frost burgers, which is mainly due to the lack of not entirely certain. See. Due to the lack of frost buns, was it? Okay. Now, with them. We have a bunch of meat and barbecue. Let's check the prices. It's 4,000, so 50% more. The meat is like... Is the meat also 50% more? No. Not exactly. Okay, so let's say about 40,000 more barbecue than that. 1,100. So about 170,000. Which is enough to get us... we're dipping slightly in this. Things aren't going all too great. But we'll survive. On me lies if nothing else. 0.3 cycle runs until the thingamajig returns home. Is there a button I can hit to just go completely into view mode? Let's see here. Game controls. Global. Bunch of build menus. Oxygen power, blah blah blah. Exosuit overlay. Automation overlay. Conveyor overlay. Speed up, slow down, toggle pause, alternate view. Navigation. Oh. Cinematic camera. Let's see. C. C. P. It doesn't recognize the thingamajigs I have. Numpad 8? Oh, sorry. Let's not use numpad 8 maybe. Numpad enter. Done. It's not doing anything. I've been scammed. Let's check that again then. Actually, it doesn't matter. The space mission is soon over. Soon it will return to the Earth. Hiding my mouse in shame. It's been lovely this. We've got so much done. And with the first rocket finished, and first trip soon finished, we'll have made the first step towards conquering the stars. Which will hardly be the aim, but you know. Oh, space mission is complete. I'll expect it to fall down any minute. There it is. Oh, you got a mangled saxophone. Well, that's lovely. Anyways, with that I'm going to bid you adieu for this time. Wow, oxygen not included again. Great game. And still a bunch we need to get done before we're able to reach, well, what's considered the end of the game. I will not go achievement hunting on this save, because some of them are a pain in the ass. But, yeah, we're getting somewhere. Finally we're in space, and now we'll just need to try to get iron. But yeah, I'll be back later with some more streams. Goodbye.